Oops. Oh no, I hear the music. I hear it. Budding. Oh right. Oh, I swear I am all over the place. That works. Now, ah, there's the sound. Where was I? Okay. Damn it. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Now, what the hell was this puzzle? What the hell was the solution to this puzzle? We figured this out. Push, push three up after nine. That is my understanding. Good lord. I have too many things happening all at the same time here. Okay. Push three up after nine. So what that means to me is nine first, and then three. Oh, we could have figured that out by process of elimination, too. Oh, are we going to open a locked gate? Eh, eh. Where is that? I think I've seen that, but I'm not sure. The Black Ridge Grotto had the Black Ridge Grotto. Hello, Lady Pad. Has been powered and permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Permanent changes do not reset. One offline terminal. I'm assuming that's all I can do with that. I'm assuming that's all I can do with that. I need to go outside. I made a discovery. Her ladyship's chamber contains the queen chess piece. And the office contains the queen. Nope, try that again. The office contains the king. So that means I need to get the ladyship's chamber and the office in the same run to do the chess puzzle. How do I get outside? Oh, is it long run? Okay. Cloister classroom hallway security. Cloister. Classroom hallway security. Classroom. I moved my camera and stuff a little bit, so if it looks goofy, let me know. Through the tunnels to the courtyard, then. Oh, it's a long path. Okay, then dark room. Let me know. Courtyard. Then That's a dead end. What? Seriously? Foundation. Dark room. Foundation. To chapel parlor. My very convincing fireplace. Bedroom, chapel, parlor. Bedroom. 3 steps on the path. To chapel. To parlor. It is a very fetching fireplace, is it not? Classroom, corridor, needing blah 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 blah. Corridor, reading nook. The logs are massive. You know what? That's a good... The sense of scale is completely out to lunch. Just knocking down some redwoods. Come on. Oh, nice. I also found out the hard way. Her ladyship's chamber is where the diary is. I know how to get the diary key. It's in the tomb, but I can't get to the tomb unless I draft the tomb. So I need a combination of good... Have I seen redwoods? I've seen them in pictures, never in person. My understanding is that they're like absurd, like you need a dozen people to put their arms around them to be able to actually like put your arms around them. Okay, we're hunting for Black Ridge Grotto. It's like a security door. Looked like it was in the side of a... Well, that's good. It's a short one. Now, where the hell... I know I've seen that door before. The Black Ridge... I know I've seen it. I've questioned it in the past. Oh, thank goodness I may speak. I am honored. I know I've seen it. It looked like it was in Darkstones. Don't you stick your tongue out at me. That's actually spooked me when the music cut out there. No, not there. Where the hell is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, this is not what I was expecting at all. We're getting a lot of bleeps and bloops here. An entire bank of computers ripped out of the wall. A small data microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. Haven't been watching long enough to be able to help. I don't know if I can help myself. I've never seen a microchip before. We need 3 of them to open this door. That's what I'm seeing. Because when I took it out, the light went off. If I put it back, the light comes on. So we need 3 different size microchips. I'm assuming leaving it in there, kind of, no redwoods or microchips. Got it. I don't know. I don't think it looks too silly. Okay, what else we got in here? The Black Bridge. Wait a minute. That's like the special police admin key. I have no idea. Yeah. We just opened this up. That was the puzzle, and I finally managed to connect the boiler to the laboratory, and the result was this permanently accessible room outside. Why not? You know what? Why not? Ah! I'm getting beeps and boops here. I don't even know what I did. I used the fucking... I used the not F word. I used the regular old number pad. Admin not found. What about Swan Song? No. What about Swan Song? Yes, that is how I was locking my steps before. HSS. Nope, not enough. Oh, that's good to know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 characters long at most. Oh, goody. You were not spooked. That's actually good news. Oh, my back and spine. You said the F word at school when the photocopier shrunk your copies to 30. You can make a little booklet. I'm having a thought. What was the Roman numerals? We haven't used that yet. MC. My notes are all over the place. Damn it! I keep hitting the goddamn number pad. Gonna turn that damn thing off. I forget. I'm sure I wrote it down, or at least I must have taken a picture of it. Grab the good old cellular device. Oop, I can't read that. I gotta scroll. All year my copies have been super tiny because I don't want to waste paper. I get the magnifying glasses from the school science, and you have mini science. Oh, already. A mini français. I think that's cute and all. That's something else. The coat of d'arms, yes. I'm not finding it immediately in my photos, so I'm just gonna look up a picture of it. One sec. MCCX111. Only 2 weeks of Shoulder Kitty left? Maybe. I did 1213. It didn't work. I think it's going to be a little bit more than 2 weeks, potentially. I have no Shoulder Kitty tomorrow because I have dentist in the morning and then I have my son in the afternoon. But there will be more Shoulder Kitty later in the week. MCCX III. Yep, that's it. So to represent that would be 1,213, which would be 1213. But that's not working. It may have nothing to do with this. That's purely speculative. I'm just totally guessing on this one. That's why I tried Swan Song. I tried Swan Song HS. It's not long enough for HSS. Nope. It's maybe something we haven't found yet. Actually, technically speaking, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, coat d'arms would be not too dissimilar from Le Foncé, no? This might be, maybe, hold on. It said in the description of this, oh, hold on, hold the phone. This is telling me something. Oui, oui, mon ami. Oh. What is it telling me? That's usually the symbol for on and off. Is there nothing else out here? It said in the description of this room. Hold on. It says, powered and permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Am I going to judge you if I told you I ate 1 million pancakes for supper? What did I do with my pancakes? The last time my son was here, I had a whole bunch of pancakes. What did I do with them? I think I must have froze them. Hello, bonjour. What I would not judge, in fact, because that is glorious. I don't think there's anything else I can do on this glorious day. I have sneaky. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. We are going to keep an eye out for that appearance of the little square nodules. I don't want to keep this in my inventory lest it disappear, but we'll keep an eye out for that because these microchips are there. This is a whole new thing. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss, everyone. So we are going to call this one a day because we had some discoveries, but not very many. I waited till everybody was here before I opened this up. We're going to call it a day. We're going to start a new round and keep this going. My favorite snack at daycare when I was a kid was corn fritters, which is pancakes with corn in them, and they serve them with sour cream and applesauce. That's awesome. I remember when I was a kid, I think it must have been because it was cheaper. I think it was cheaper. We had two options. I had two options for putting on my pancakes. I could choose maple syrup or corn syrup. And you'd be hard pressed to find corn. I remember the bottle. It was a yellow bottle, like that tall. It was a yellow bottle, and it said corn syrup on it, and it had almost like a beehive shape. Yeah, I don't even know if you can buy it like that. That's just straight up high fructose corn syrup in a bottle, and I don't even know if you can get that anymore. it helps me stay super large. This is a feeling I understand. Oh, the classic yellow bottle takes me back. Crown, yes, that's the one. I'm sure it had like bumples going up, much like my own body shape when I was drinking too much of it. Kakiyage, yeah. Beehive was the orange one. I could have sworn that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that's what it looked like. Get my allowance. 25 coins in my allowance. Very nice, very nice. Now, I'm curious. We're going to run outside. We're going to check the Blackbridge Grotto, see if anything is different in the morning. Was it down or up? I don't forget. I think it was down. No, it was up. First I go down, then I go up again. Right here. I've never had it, but I'm a professional. The one that is common is Crown. I have to scroll up again. I'm sorry. I can't read that. Beehive Golden Corn. Yeah, okay. Is there any differentness happening in here? Or is it just going to be the same thing? I wonder if the admin key is the key of the computer in question. Okay, this is going to require further experimentation. 6, 7. Oh, there it goes. Part of me is thinking because the room is accessible all the time, knowing your luck it's in a different room with insane RNG. Ah, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I changed up my shtiff. I had to get a new keyboard, external keyboard to my laptop because my Z and X keys stopped working. For some reason, I don't even who uses Z and X, but it was a big enough deal that I had to get a new keyboard, so everything had to move. So, yes. Yes. I am the ZX man. Yeah, that's me. One and the same. I had the crazy luck on the last run that I had in the last room I drafted was the dining room, and I actually had more steps, sorry, in the last. I had more steps in the last room than I started the day with. There we go. I had 90 steps after having a crazy run of food at the end. I had to buy a new keyboard after my old cleaning company broke mine and never even said sorry. That sucks. A few years back, my son came to me with the W key off the keyboard, and he was like, "It broke," and I'm like, "What happened?" He's like, "I broke it." It's like, "What did you do, though?" Like, I'm not mad at you. I need to know what happened. And he's like, I pulled it off." Why? I pulled it off. I don't have a reason. I gotta give him props for honesty. New keyboard provisions. Well, this is just I did look at like the nicer mechanical keyboards, but to be quite frank, I do not have the finances for that smoke, so it became just a cheapo $20 keyboard, but it works. Three steps is always nice. That is the most limiting resource I have at the moment. I would love to be able to rotate. I would also like to have just permanent run on. Why do they? I don't understand. In a game like this, why not just make it you just permanently move fast? It makes no sense. My life annoyance are the kids that gaslight you straight up. You just watch them hit someone and they didn't do it. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I don't like those kind of keyboards. I type way too fast to worry about designer Thaki. I like the clickety clackities. When I lived with Kitten, that was something I fell asleep to, was the sound of the keyboard. Her laughing her ass off and the tickety tackities. It became like a comfort noise. Taking. It's so early for hallway. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I do like the responsiveness of the. I do like the responsiveness of the tickety tacks. Oh, nice. This year I have a serial liar in my class. I wish you'd figure out there's no point in lying about what he did. All it does is he's still in trouble and no one's ever going to believe him. Yep. Yep. Ooh. Ooh. It's so early to be drafting the Great Hall. I think I should do it, though. Because there is, if I luck out, there's a lever to open the antechamber in the Great Hall. Behind one of these many, many doors. Why did I walk in here? I wasn't even planning on doing anything in that room yet. I just drafted it. I take that back. I would buy something that's super low but does have a super thocky sound, or so for the silence because I type like a madman. That's the only thing, the main reason that I don't is because so many people I know how audible it is on the stream, the tacking, the tip, you know what I'm saying? Oh, this is a good opportunity, actually. There was an apple there yesterday. Not today. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on this computer. He's never admitted to anything. The other wicked kid is like, Madame, he pulled a chair from under the kid beside me. Him. You look at him. No, I didn't. Ugh. Ugh, I say. There's a gem, a key, and 18 coins somewhere on the estate at the moment. Key card system. I just picked up a key card, so I'm going to turn the security level to high to maximize the number of them that spawn, which prevents me from needing to use as many keys. But just in case the power goes off, unlocked. Back. So they default to unlocked. I don't see any kind of like signifying code on the computer. Hold on. Rolling up. I lied as a kid because you were scared. Yeah, I know that feeling. The rowdiest were at a handball tournament and we totally had a tranquil morning and then... Oh, that's awesome. That is good news. The rowdiest got to do their rowdy thing. That door is going to be locked, though. Each in the Great Hall, every door in the center is locked. And you're just rolling the dice on what's behind each one because there's only 4 exits, but there's 7 doors. So now this one is open, but it leads to presumably a locked door. Pantry. I have a theory about the furnace. I need to have the correct order of operations to happen to make this happen. But I have a theory that this room exists for a reason, and my theory is that if I draft the freezer and then attach the furnace to it, or maybe just down the same hallway, something, but I'm thinking most likely directly attached, it will melt the freezer. That might be the trick to getting the temperature up and melting the ice in the freezer. I'm a crappy liar, so I never really lied. The principal scared you so much you started lying to them? Oh no. You had to roleplay. I'll get back. That's a good idea, actually. That's a really good idea. No, Reading Nook. Why are you pointing that way? I like you. Den. Pool. Y'all are drunk. What are you doing? 240 an hour? That's like 3 times the price of any therapist I've ever seen. Why are you pointing the wrong way? What is wrong with you, rooms? What is happening? Give me thank you. It's like, give me a room that turns back the other way. God. I'm really missing that thing that lets me oh hey, holy shit. Somebody paid their tab. I'm really missing that thing that lets me rotate rooms. I want to get that shrine. The irony of it is the day before I'm making my kids practice standing up for themselves. That's awesome though. Okay, math. 1 plus 16 is 17. Awesome. 17 subtract 2 is 15. Subtract 13 is 2. 10 and 20 is 30. 38. 38 subtract 18 is 10. Is 10? No, I got it wrong. That might not have been subtract, actually. 16, 17, 15 is 2. Stephanie and Many would drive to Thrive Counseling, an hour is 110. I'm still looking for a therapist, actually, so that's good information for me. This is multiply, right? Multiply by 1? Did I do the math wrong? 20 plus 10. Actually, you know what's easier? 20 plus 2. Wait, no, what? Where did that come from? 20 plus 10 is 30. Subtract 8. 8, not 18. Oh my god, what was I? No. 20 and 10 is 30, plus 8 is 38. Subtract 18 is 38. Subtract 8 becomes 30. Subtract 10 is 20. There we go. Ooh, we're going fun times today. 2 times 10 is 20. Times 1 is 20. Divided by 8. Something's not right. Or no, 2 times 2 is 4. 40. Still 40. 8, 16, 24, 32 is 5. Stephanie Huang, she's amazing. You can do webcam over phone in person. Oh, that's cool. Apparently that gets really complex. Like you start dealing with like fractions and stuff and extra symbols, and I'm quite concerned about what's gonna. I didn't go back this way. That's fine. That's fine. What do we got? Parlor gives me the foundation, and then I can start distributing myself from from there. Turn back into an egg is a statement. There are two. The other two boxes are true. Might be. This box does not contain the gems. Could be. This box contains the gems. If the other two boxes are true, that makes this true. Duh. If it's true, it's true. That's just... I went with an actual psychologist so they can write me doctor notes if I need to be off work. That's useful. I imagine they can prescribe too if need be. The other two boxes, if that's true, then that means one of these has to be a lie. This box does not contain the gems. This box contains the gems. One of those might be a lie. I don't know details. I'm speculating. Oh, hold on. This one is a de facto lie. Because if for this box to be true, saying the other two boxes are true would mean they're all true. So it has to be a lie. Which means one of these, at least one of these, is telling the truth. And since odds are, I did something wrong. But that's okay. We're here to learn. Oh. You subscribe to a prescription, in a sense, I suppose. 3 of these things belong together. 3 of these things are kind of the same. 3 of these things are not the other. I want to empty the pool because I got a pair of swim trunks in there. I hope you're laughing because that was gold. That was pure gold. Come on. Sighing and shaking your head. That's exactly what I'm going for. Ooh. Not in front of Dad, oh my god. I don't really need the pump room. I don't think. Not anytime soon, anyway. The only thing I can do in there is empty the pool out. I don't really need to. This is just for the trunks. Empty the aquarium out, and that's just to find out what's in the empty aquarium. But I have to put that water somewhere else. I can. No, I don't think not anytime soon. Yeah, that's me. If I'm thinking something's gone terribly wrong. The aquarium's already partly... What is that? Pipe number 3. Pipe number 3 goes to this tank. I could empty the aquarium quite easily if I just push that water out to the fountain. Yeah, I could do that. I don't think I need to go in the underground for anything right now. You were a brave girl today. You told the principal the reasons why you shouldn't have to change classrooms. That would be stressful. That's something I'm going to have to change, but I had to say something. Well, yeah, exactly. You had to stand up for yourself even a little bit. That's good to do. We should be proud. It's hard to it's hard to do the right thing, and it's right to do the hard thing. Okay, now if I draft an aquarium, we'll be ready. Wow, this is early to be getting security doors. Burp, burp, burp. I'm okay with... She wants to move you to the class with no sink, which takes away the dependence of your students having taken care of the fish. I'm not... What's the why in this? Like, what do they get out of it? What's the why? Because it's not for no reason. I'm okay with this, actually. There isn't really a why. Love that. Okay, I ordered the book my mama wrote. A New Clue by Marion Marigold, and I strongly suspect there might be clues in it, hence the name. There are 2 empty classrooms. She could easily move the other guy to one of them, but she's making a switch. Well, that's just stupid. I am the first person to ever... I want to... Look, I can't. This book was graciously gifted by Simon P. Jones, I guess, to the estate library. It's some kind of R word. Is there any of this that I can read? 7-year-olds on the big kid side. Run. Oh, yeah, no shit. Okay. That's the first page. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. For you are looking for a new clue, too. Oh. Interesting. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles of the evidence present and precedents evident. He'd retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be a learning opportunity for the grade 5s to not run over this. Yeah, well, they'll just sacrifice the children for the good of the older children. It's totally makes sense. Damn leaky thing. I'm seeing dead cases. These are rooms. Lavatory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. Dead end rooms. Children being sacrificed to the current education system. I mean, yeah, I'm not even going to deny or argue that point. Corner cases, parlor, patio, nook, office, library, pantry. What is this telling me? Does it want me to put one of those in each corner? That's why teachers and school staff are leaving in droves. Yeah, I've heard. I have a cousin who is in the education system, and it's always sounded like hell. Oh, this would be invisible without my magnifying glass. Suspect list. Rose Ball, Richard Scott, Rond Mayford, Sandra Dillon, Bowley, Christoph. Oh. He had looked high and low, and yet 2 on the list did not have check marks. I did notice that. That's why I figured it's a list of 6 with 4 check marks. So I was thinking, like, are the 4 checked ones important? Or is it the 2 unchecked ones that are important? This is dead cases, but those are dead end rooms. Lavatory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. This has caught my eye, but I'm not sure what it's telling me yet. Panop. Nope. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He'd searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Keep left. This is a couple things. Did any of you have to re-bless the beasts and children in high school? I'm not familiar with that one. This is a pair of ruby candlesticks. So this might very well just be telling us about the ruby candlesticks in the tomb, which we know about, but that's not necessarily the case. Keep left might mean something. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids. He questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur. He told him new clues were found only in books. Well, that's meta. So tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Why? Like, that's very purposeful. Wait a minute. We're looking for a cipher. Lunar renamed Uncle Odd, draft the 6s. Draft the 6s. what are the sixes? I'm poring over this thing like it's got the deep lore. Wait a minute. That symbol on the side, is that familiar? He changed all the letters and the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found the diction of each word was sound. Mary, Mary, Gates, Gates. This we know. We figured that out. That was Tay. You figured that one out. That Gates was actually Gates. Right. Draft the sixes. Shifted extras. The fixed stairs. That's a phrase that's familiar to me, actually. But I don't know why. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of full mental lapse. This game has you so focused on everything, everywhere, all at once. It really does. Like that's the draft plan of the house. And if I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's accurate. Yep. 5 by 9. If there was another row at the end, I would have lost it right there. Like, oh my god, there's a whole additional rank of rooms we have not found yet. That's the entrance square. A man obsessed and Kuko too. Does the shadow on the man tell you what time of day it is? What socks is he? That's what I was like when I pulled it out and I was like, that shoe. It looks pretty worn. What does that tell us? Quentin Tarantino was involved in this. A man obsessed and cuckoo, too, they would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. The book, the colors represent rooms. The fact the sundial exists confounds me a little bit. I'm going to make a note of it. Everything might be a thing. Thing is, I have so many pictures and no way to collate them. These books, these spines, standard rooms, bedrooms, red rooms, garden rooms, I think. Sundial's tell time. That is true. Each. What's each? Oh boy. And having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Sorting and lists. Lists and sorting. Now, why would you put that in the book? The metro station map. Dead end. Ah, major key. Don't know what that's telling me. Dead end, major key, C. Dead end. Wait. Closet. Closet is the C. My obsidian is lists of things. I've never tried obsidian. Maybe I should. So is that telling me that dead end C, so the closet potentially, has a major key in it if I can trigger that in some way? Hold on. Wait. Assume page count starts on title pages. This is a thing for frickin' sure. Major. Assume page count starts on the title pages. That the library, the books that the had already loaned. Hold on. It's this page. Home after home, the library loaned books he had that he already loaned. That's this page of this book. Searched from their covers all the way through. Now that, yeah, I know, right? This book is in the book. Tome after tome, the library loaned the books that he had that he already owned were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. From their covers all the way through. And this is the mother who wrote this book and presumably illustrated it. So this is her. These are clues she's leaving behind. That or she's representing the detective, his attempt to understand. But we're not gonna. I'm gonna assume. Page A, word X. Page C, word A. Page B, word Y. Why? Yeah, seeing all the signs is literal. There, that is a fair point as well. You'll see all the signs of the phrase here. It's also written on this page. That appears to be a stop sign on the left. Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. The suspect is a key. That's the that's the computer. That's the computer tier. That's the computer thing. The suspect is a key. Is a key. Is the admin key. That's the last page. Who the suspect is major. The suspect is red note. Red notes are lies unless they're handwritten. This one is. The suspect is minor. The suspect is major. So the suspect is minor. That's a true statement because it's on a blue thing. But the suspect is major is the suspect is minor, spelled as minor. It is not a minor. Suspect is major. So the suspect is both minor and major. The admin key is a name, presumably. And the information to solve that might well be in this book. Hardy har har. This is clever right here. The suspect is a key. The suspect is presumably the admin key. The admin key, rather, is the suspect. But what suspect? Sundial Publishing. I just noticed that. Route 8 sign. I'm seeing that. And it's cut like a red crown. Wait. And that 8 is turned the wrong way for this game. That's always turned the other way in the game. Oh, wait a second. There was a list of names over here. Suspect list. Hold on. The suspect is a minor. So presumably we're talking Richard, Sandra, or Beau, or Charles. And the subject is a major. That part I don't know what that means. Went down a massive rabbit hole about Karen Carpenter. Started with her singing the sun for Bless the Beast and Children. Now I know all about how she died. Oh, that's always a sad. Maybe we could try them all. 32 is very young. I took a picture of the suspect list, right? Yes, I did. Well, that's unfortunate. 5'4", and the lowest she got was 77 pounds. My goodness. Wait a minute. In this room, we also had security footage, right? One of my favorite Christmas songs is a Karen Carpenter song, and I can't not bring up the fact she died from her eating disorder. Maybe now they'll listen. Unless the book was not the reason behind that room appearing in the security footage, but I'm confident the room was in the security footage. The guy was sitting at the table, and then the other one walked over from the wall. She was literally on the way to sign her divorce papers and died because her heart gave out. Oy. Yeah, the timing on that is suspicious at best. And the estranged husband put his wedding ring in her casket. Ugh. Toxic indeed. Oh, I'd have to get lucky, but I'm gonna take this one. Because I need that to open the tomb, but I need her ladyship's bedroom. Oh, I am taking a chance on this. I wish I had actually drafted the room, the other room that I forget the name of right now. Oh, that was actually worked out perfectly. I had a bedroom with space bedding, matching the NASA badge. That is kind of neat. I like that. Is this the run that I have the key card in? Yes. I'm gonna take a gamble on an expensive one. That was a bad gamble. This run just died. But that's okay, because we have something to check out. We have a list of suspects. It's okay. I'm not too worried about it. The usual ones, those are the ones. How close am I to the exit? I could run out. I can't even. How did I get? Screw it. We're gonna call it a day. Hardy har har. Oop. Keep my thing on my head here. 33 days. I have to say, the new keyboard is so much more comfortable than I have been having to deal with. Because originally I had my laptop is like on a cooling pad, so it's way up, and my mouse is down, so my hands were like Michael Jackson Thriller all the time. Just zomboing my way around. 'Cause I'm a thriller. Thriller now. Isn't that a song where they're doing the zombie dance? Do I know how to dance? No, not really. Yes, thank you. Give me that rotation, girl. You know what? That's a dude. Sir, I would appreciate the rotation. Rotato, Mr. Proteto. Por favor. Now, this is assuming. Yeah, I know. He's got quite the Chad jawline going on there. Been mewing. So we're headed for the grotto. Now I'm assuming this is just straight up using a name. And it's not using a cipher. Because if it's using a cipher, then it's going to take a great deal more figuring to figure. Nope, that was too many letters. See, if I had the mechanical keyboard, you could hear the ticky tacks. Yeah, so it's probably a substitution cipher that I don't know. Yet. Oh, it's because it's a soft touch keyboard. It's not a ticky tack keyboard. What does this note mean? Is this note relevant? Yeah, I'm considering all of the things at this point, and the downside is that I'm not the smartest man in the room. Yo, all the time. So there's other men in the room. Well, there's not enough room in this room. My ego is filling it at the moment, but I am not always. I'm rarely the smartest man in the room. So it's. Oh, I've already been in there. What am I doing? There's a gorilla on the loose. I need that Crumpus room. Well, maybe not need. Would desire in any case. What is happening in the chat right now? Old MacDonald had a farm. A-E-I-O-U. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit of recreational riffle raffle. Jibber jabber. I like some good old fashioned jibber jabber every once in a while. Guest bedroom it is. Let's just burn up that dead end. I almost dread the puzzles at this point. This puzzle is harder than it seems. That's an opinion. This box is empty. This box is empty. Okay, I see what they're saying now. Well, every time I solve one, the next one is harder, right? So in the beginning they were simple, and now there's like it's not just deduction; it's also logical leaps. Sometimes I even get them wrong, which is terrible. Might be good to get the dark room out of the way early. Damn, Daniel. If you're not doing good in the game, how are you going to do good in life? I don't know. Figure it out when I get there. Oh, I didn't want you. Oh, it has a power thingy. Well, now I'm extremely curious. What happens if I hook this bitch up to the boiler? I am so curious now. Well, I can't on this run because I don't think the dark room has power? It does. I'd have to get really frickin' lucky though, drafting out of this door to get something to get the boiler. Holy shit. No way. This one pipes power too. Well, boss, what do you say we put him in the boiler? Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, we'll randomly select a present to give me. Hold on. That's exactly what I imagined. Oh, that's how it works. I can use it to connect to another terminal. Now I understand. Now I know what that means. Okay. I get it. This room also pipes power. I don't think the gym does, but this room for sure also pipes power. Could you freaking imagine if I just get an endless run all the way to the boiler of rooms that take power and I didn't need to be upset at any point? Ah, and this is where the happiness ends. Redraw. We're going to do the reroll game. I want the aquarium too. I don't think it has pipes through the ceiling. Oh. 4, 5, 6. 7. I don't remember if the pool has power lines. I don't think it does. I'm rolling for boiler. Am I shad? I think I said I was a second ago, but I forget why. The office has the king in it, but useful what I don't want it. I almost clicked it just by bumping my mouse. Is it giving me like every possible rare room at this point? Except for the one that I wanted? This is good because it allows me to add another. Yeah, almost happened. Allows me to add another permanent blueprint to the pool. However, I really want the boiler because I just because I want to know what happens when you hook the furnace up to the boiler. But I think at this point we have demonstrated that RNG is not on our side, so we are not going to do that again. speaking of my luck, I think about the classroom this time. Make the classroom part of my permanent rotation. I think I've gotten all the way up to classroom up to grade 5. I'm not sure how many there. Whoop. This adds so like this actually adds 8 possible classrooms to my drafting pool every day. No pipes in the ceiling, so my endless run of pipes has ended. It is now December 9th. So Great Hall looks like center door and end door. If I draft it again. You crashed a plane with the good old with the mouse bumpo. Classic bumpo. Screw it, we're gonna rack up our red rooms. Squeak. I can't take that. I I like Bumpo. It's like a clown's name. Bumpo the clown. Is it now going to give me just a whack of red rooms because I got the furnace? It might. You need to get ready for bed. Just don't worry too much about the things that go bumpo in the night. That's all. So funny. Ooh, LeBerry. No point though. The big point of the library is I can have a higher chance of drafting a rare room, but it's already attached to the foundation. You have got to be kidding me right now. All of these rooms I needed the boiler for. You're giving it to me now. That's actually upsetting. Oh my god, that is actually upsetting. We're gonna use up the chapel. What the hell? Come on. That is ugh. Am I the only one that puts my cholesterol pill alarm on snooze for hours before I get the energy to take it out of my purse? I please, that's what this is. That's what this is for. So beautiful. All my shit. Keep this machine in tip-top working order. If I'm gonna be given an inordinately high number of red rooms, I should just use them up where they don't hurt. Oh, I guess there's nothing in here unless it's spread in here. My pill organizer is also rainbow and has a sticker of a turtle on it that says Speed Freak. Like that. Oh no. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. This is the least harmful. That's the scrapbook. Oh my god. There's my swim trunks. And there's my pair of other swim trunks. How many of those are just supplements? A bunch of supplements. I 3 of them are prescriptions. Full organization convo. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to get that. I'm going to remember that it's available. That seems likely. I'll remember that that's available. I don't need the burning glass. Because I don't have the tomb outside. That's the only reason I need it right now. Did I buy that shovel? I did. The blood pressure and the cholesterol. Your oldest old person med would be metformin. I'm on a few things. I'm tempted. Dropping the deep lore here. Did it feel less like a gross old person when your BFF who does eat well and is health conscious and it turned we're like on all the same things? Oh, that's funny actually. No, it's the skull. That's the dead end. That's the skull. That'd be a skill. Okay, that loops me back around to the entrance hall. I don't want to waste the steps on that. I'm fortunate that I'm not on like a pile of prescriptions or anything. I'm just on some things. Fancy. Not on, never paid for them in your life. Unfortunately, my insurance only covers some of the things I'm on. Actually, I was told heads up about my dentist appointment tomorrow. FYI, buddy boy, I might no longer be covered at all, which would mean I have to, if that is the case, I have to get myself signed up for the, what is it, CDCP? That's a lot for iron pills. Okay, now I need to backtrack to pool the archives. Rut-row raggy indeed. Not exactly super pleased about it, but it's not my choice to make. Taking this one. Mom was scooped in the 60s and never got status. Yeah. I have a my grandmother, her dad, her dad was, and her, yeah. And she's one of the people who, like, grew up exceedingly ashamed of who she was and just, like, just chooses not to acknowledge it. Got into a big fight with my aunt, her sister, over, like, dad was just super tan, okay? This is worth the investment. Get 8 gems back out of it. See, that's a tiger. It has a little tail. Actually, that is not a tiger's head. What am I looking at? It looks like it just got crushed by a piano. They have their reasons, usually generational trauma. Yeah, grew up as a white presenting kid in Saint Vital. I understand my fortune, my good fortune, my privilege, in that I am white representing. I know that my son is quite possibly the single whitest Métis child I've ever experienced in my life. Knew could exist. Finally, the aquarium. White as a toilet is quite the description. Okay, we have empty... Oh, hello. There is things in here. Hold the phone. This is the laundry room. I've never really spent much time in here. I don't know that I recognize this room. That's the patio with the grill. I know, I recognize that, and there's an X on the ground in front of it. Underground. Did try to get status once, but needed my birth records, and since my dad legally adopted me, so my mom couldn't take me. Yeah. They wiped my mom's name from the birth record. Oh, wow. Hmm. That's a bedroom. That's a filing cabinet. Oh, I like how the paintings are on the wall. So now you all know my password for my mom's maiden name. Oh. Oh. What am I missing here? That's the patio? I think that's what that's called. I have a shovel. Maybe I get lucky and dig something up there. Knowing that. Maybe write my name on my own mom's maiden name. Some of that on my own grandpa shit. Damn it. Imagine being so proud of your laundry room that you make it into the setting of your aquarium. Like, okay, that's the archive. Your passport, password. Yeah. You just want to see fish. After the tiny furniture for the aquarium and the tiny paintings too. I feel like I must be missing something in these other ones. There will be fish. This is problematic now. Arrows in the archives on the ground. I see that. I saw the arrow on the ground in front of this filing cabinet. Is it in the actual archives? Where did I draft that? That's not that far. It's only 2 rooms back. There's like 2 fish in the archives on the ground, and that is on a filing cabinet between 2 points. It's not that far to retrace my steps. I feeling like it's that one. It's the only single archive filing cabinet in that aquarium. Yeah, it's always got fish in it. These have keyholes. I just thought they were set dressing. These are. They might actually be openable. So the X on the ground in the patio. I drained the swamp. So if I can manage to snag the patio on the outside edge of the house, I could use some food. That'd be great. I forget if it can be drafted on either side. It turns out the greenhouse can be. No, not the veranda. That's not the one I want. But it increases the odds that I'll find a green room. So I will take it. I want the one that has the barbecue outside. Yes, I released them back into the reservoir or the fountain. Now you show up. Kind of need the kitchen. Where's my goddamn cat? Just got a Jesus song stuck in your head? Is it Reliant K, perchance? 1,000 Foot Crutch? My house in the middle of our street. My house. Well, it's the laundry room, but I didn't see any markings in the laundry room. If they went ahead and made it so that the greenhouse or the patio or whatever is hidden behind the archive symbol thing, I am going to be disappointed. But I can't craft it on the interior, only on the perimeter edges, so it's not a big deal. Oh. What book are we going to order for later? A New Clue was a fun one. Realm and Rune looks interesting. Curse of Blackbridge could be as well. By a professor. Hillsong United. It really, really wants me to take... That might be the last red room. I don't even know. Might be the last red room. I have not yet drafted the Mechanarium, so I'm gonna draft the Mechanarium and see what it does for me. I'm seeing the letter N, possibly a Z. Reliant K is super early 2000s. I don't think the letter is moving. My God. Somebody needs to clean this floor. Z doesn't have serifs? Oh, good point. And no matter which way I turn, it remains an N. I wonder if that means anything. Oh, hold on. That... If we count... No, that would be... This would be the U room, so that wouldn't make sense. There's no reason for it to be an N. Where is the key going? Dinner is served. Enjoy your lunch. We got your delicious lunchbox right here. Got that delicious country stew pie. That's that kid from Family Guy, right? Stew pie. That was the dumbest thing I think I've ever said. Oop, money. Lost so much aura. You know, that's me. That's me. I'm the aura guy. Give me that patio. Give me that patio. I'll take the gift shop because it gives me 2 exits. I know what this room is. I'm actually getting a little, peeved at the RNG. For all I know, I'm getting it. It's just hidden behind the thingy-majiggy. That is a swarthy gentleman. Is this a new letter? Nope. Found Tostitos and salsa. You just found them in the house? Oh my lord, these also have keyholes. They could technically also be a thing. Yeah, you just found it in the house? Just floating around? I find that mildly concerning. Hear the word swarthy, an image of Bob Belcher. Bob Belcher is a swarthy gentleman. Don't even slip. I'm blanking out on the song from the movie, the opening song. I knew that. I knew it very well. One time at Costco, which is probably not how most fun stories start, I saw this couple that he had Linda on his ankle and she had Bob. And I thought that was Adorable. No, sorry, ankle, like the back of the leg, not the ankle. Forgive me, please. Oh, I could force a green room. I could force a green room with a secret passage, but if I don't get it, then I borked it this run. I'm gonna do it. We're forcing a green room. I don't think I've got the morning room yet. And I can't check if I have drafted the morning room yet. I don't think I've seen this room yet. I would actually very much like to just take this room and run with it. And just I get the patio whenever I get the patio, and I think I'm going to. What do we got in here? Another vault key. Vault 233. I need to look it up now. I can't remember. I know the song, so I know it. What song? The tune of it is escaping me at the moment. Every day we come downstairs and lock the door and turn the sign to open. Open is another day. I give myself a little diarrhea from the worry and the stressing and the hoping. The Baron of Mount Holly. I've read this newspaper somewhere else. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning. When he tastes our burgers, tastes our fries, he's probably give us a high five, extend a loan, throw us a bone, and tell us we are in the zone. I've read this before. I think I might have been in this room before. You're gonna get ready for bed? You're gonna tell us all to have good lives? Thermos? I thought maybe it was a thing. You know what? I'm not even upset about it. It's okay. Bonne nuit, madame. I want the vault because I got a vault key. But I could always re-roll the vault and maybe get myself some other rare things in the process if I keep this going. We are chasing many threads right now. Not all of them I really know how to pull. Oh, we have encountered a symbol. Nope. A square. What could a square mean? 3 to the power of 3? 3 squared would be 9. That was correct. Would that be then 4 squared? Which would be 16? Yes. So 5. Is that part of the blue? 5 squared subtract 5? So 20? Okay. So square is literally squared. Okay. It's not good night yet. It's just getting ready for bed. Okay. No, wrong way. It really wants to give me the vault now. We're getting down to the end. Blah 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 blah. We're getting down to things. Words. That wasn't. Well, I guess technically that was an exponent. Yeah. 4 to the power of 2 is an exponent. Thingy. Don't even come at me about numbers. I got numbers. I have the best numbers. No one's ever seen numbers like these. I have vengeance. I have the best vengeance. Easy in chat, please. Holy shitting crap. Like I interrupted it. We just grabbed a sanctum key. So that was right. That our interpretation of the note was right about the major key. Sometimes it happens. I'm overly excited about this one. We were right. We had to open the music room late. That was the rule. We had to open the music room late, and so either it's because this run has gone on so long, or because it's in the later ranks of the run. Doesn't matter. We grabbed it. It's different, okay? I'm gonna grab the rotundor, because then I can escape back out without having to go through all those rooms and burn a bunch of steps. I hope that's how this room works anyway. One more click should do it. Will I see it change? Yes! I'm looking for the vault or one that turns the corner. I'm honestly willing to do Maid's Chamber at this point. Hey, come on. It's plainly not doing what it's supposed to do. That would suck. But I think I have the steps to spare. If I get to 30, and I turn it to go out here, I should have it. I can get to the foundation. Yeah, I can do it. As long as they give me if they gave me a security door, I would have been so boned. Sauna. Okay, vault. Vault. It was so eager to give me. There it is. It was so eager to give me the vault earlier. Now it's key 233. This one. Just a boatload of cash. More allowance. I thought there is a sanctum key in one of these. Hold on. This is my mama. Samantha Hayes. Her name is Maria. But she's apparently an Eurasian woman born in 54 named Samantha, and also an Eurasian woman born in 56 named Gray. Compromised. This is the compromised one. If this is just all her passports, who was mom? Good lord. Oh yeah, even more money. It's a shame I can't invest this into anything, as far as I know. Listen up, gumshoes. So much money. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the Rotunda and rotund my way to the aquarium. Trophy Pump Archives Foundation. That's the shortest route. Ready to get rotund? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? You guys ever play the game? It's like, it was at Carmen Sandiego when you're chasing her through time. Was it Aquarium Trophy? Yeah. Sam Reich. The least horrible Reich. Foundation. During the chubby phase. I drafted a lot of red rooms on that run. I think I drafted all of the red rooms except for the maids' quarters. Soft CH like champagne. Oh, song Sam Reich. Or if you have a glass of delicious champagne. The owner of Dropout? Just a bunch of nerds being stupid. Dictionary definition of the word metrosexual. Man, remember back in like the early 2000s when we had to come up with a new word for men who bathe? Is that just a bit of texture? I'm looking at freaking textures now. There might just be a little bit of texture overlapping, but it stands out. I think so ends the day. I opened the vault. We've got the grotto. Everything's a hint when you're this deep. No kidding. I got 1 like on TikTok. That's always nice to see. 1 individual like. Appreciate, though, for anyone who's watching if you haven't commented yet and I just haven't seen you pop up. We call it a day here. I think I kind of like where the camera's sitting now. A little more personal. The Mount Holly Garden Shopping Center. Very nice. The one thing I don't like about the TikTok integration is that it auto clips the most interesting 30-second snips out of my streams so that I can post them later, but it picks the most absurdly uninteresting 30-second clips. Okay. I don't think we have anything we're chasing right now, unless I manage to... Oh, yeah. I got a compass, a mask, and 2 gems. Nice. Post the clips Tay makes. Oh. Also, I'm depending on you guys to clip the good stuff. You did not know they were public. They are automatic. Anyone who clips anything, it's automatically saved to my end so that I can do stuff with it. Yeah, and then I'm able to screw with them. Oh! I can get another battery pack? You put the eyebrow down, sir? That's awesome. So I could theoretically, I have burning glass. Theoretically, I could. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. If I can get my hands on... What was it? Power hammer and power shovel. I need the power hammer to smash the wall in the... not the tomb, but in an outside area. Have I had fun clips made? Not many. Not many. I think I did make a clip, or I have one clip of me finding the kennel. And my pure, unadulterated excitement when I did. Put that watering can away, sir. I don't really care about these rooms. I'm fine with them the way they are. If it would give me some rare rooms to dial up the rarity of, I would love it. Yeah. Are you familiar with how the clip button works? I assume you are, but I don't want to guess either. Which I guess is what assuming is. So. I am not. Okay. So what it does is when you click it, when you hit the button, it takes a capture of the last minute of footage, and you can give it a name and save it, and it saves it to essentially it saves it to your account or whatever, for me to play with if I want to, and then I can edit it highlight it or whatever, and put it on the socials. It's actually like I was a little nervous to use it at first because I didn't really know how it worked, but it's actually super painless. Mm-hmm. Well, unless you've been like clipping an absurd number of them, and I just haven't looked in a while. Like 5 hours worth of clips or clips made. Yeah, okay, you just made the two. That's fine. Realm and Ruin, Sigils of the Past and Present. I read this. No, this is just similar to the book I read in the tunnel. Because that book was completely messed up. Turtleback travel? Naval, roads, horseback trains, aviation, camels, turtles. Okay, this is hugely important information. And it's so much of it. Is it just handing me this information? Oh, one. It's giving me one. This is for the inner sanctum. This is for the sigil puzzles. Because inside those rooms is these dials, remember? And I have to match them. So Fen Ares, which is I'm pointing again and you can't see, which is this symbol, the pentagon. So on the floor in the sanctum room, each door is accompanied with one of these symbols, and then behind each door is these things that. So this one would be the solution for one, and this is an example of Fen Ares. Those are the names of the provinces. I believe so, yes. That's my understanding. So Fen Ares is the symbol at the center because that is the city-state that it's associated with. And then you have the weather, the society, the banner, the form of transportation. It's all here. Um, that is massively good information. That is essential to solving the. Damn it, I went the wrong way. That is essential to solving that entire puzzle system. Well, that's not ideal. Kind of tempted to get the Great Hall out of the way now, though. They are also the names of the peoples, as I think. I think so. I think. It's a big old hall. I'm not doing the tunnel. I'm doing the den. This is a weird build, this one. That actually works for me. Oh, I'm not playing that game again. Oh no, that works. That works. That'll force open a door in the Grand Hall. Get an experiment running. Oh, my camera's in the way. One moment. Plug in my device. Okay. When you draft, for each bedroom you draft after your second, when you draft a hallway from another hallway, bedrooms are typically dead ends, so I don't draft them very often. Um, so I'm just gonna go with immediately gain a star because that's a permanent gain. Oh, it's gonna force me to use a key. You some gun. I didn't know that. Maybe I should have taken the bedroom one. You know what's funny? How when we started playing this, it was like we want to get to room 46 and that's the end of the game. And now it's like we did that a while ago. We've done that twice. Oh crap. And it's just kind of like eh. Epic gamers. Okay, that's a problem. I need to set the security doors to a lower number before that becomes a major problem later. Because you can only work around them for so long. Nope. Let's just pretend that I have a mechanical keyboard there and you can all hear the ticks and tacks. Okay, headed for... Yeah, this is a security door, so I'm going for the den. Observatory works. Fight 50 duck-sized horses, or one horse-sized duck. Well, I think one... Okay, here's the thing. A horse-sized duck is still going to have hollow bones. So it might actually be... This is the Florealis. That's safe. That's the key. That's the apple. And this is the diamond. So it might actually be a remarkably unresilient duck to where it'd just be like... Because it would have... Its bones would be scaled up in size, but they'd still be hollow, right? Which makes them less dangerous, I think. How's my cat? Still got food. Let's grab a few of these. Yeah, I'm thinking in a very fragile duck. At that point. Pantry... I could take it. I filled in very little of the one side of this building. Ooh. I'm gonna need this, potentially need this later, so I'm gonna take it now. Oh, do I have a sledgehammer? Sledgehammer, battery pack, broken lever. Power hammer, baby! Now, don't let me forget. Turns out the duck is only emotionally fragile. Don't let me forget, before before I end this day, that we need to do the wall in. I think it's the chess room. I think it's in the chess puzzle room. Exactly. Unga Bunga solutions for Unga Bunga problems. Do I like camping? I do. Are you a Manitoba local? Nefariously camping. I have only gone camping once in my adult life. I went to a place called. I went to Spirit Sands, but that wasn't the name of the campground. Not from here, but here now. Okay. That wasn't the name of the campground, though. I'd have to look it up. And I'm going to do that right now, in fact. Spruce Woods Provincial Park. It is a dark sky preserve, and it is absolutely stunning because there's no light pollution allowed. So you go there and you will see stars you've never seen before, you never thought could exist. Yeah, I grew up in like the sticks. So that's what I was used to, but it's been a long time since I was able to go back to it. Like my childhood was this would be a good time to have my 100 and some odd coins. Redraw. Give me something with 2 exits, please. Actually, 2 exits is useless unless they go the other way, and that's no good to me. Cloister's perfect. Nine hours from home. I think it was 2 hours away for me. This is a weird run. This is such a weird run. Two nefarious camping events. That is exciting in its own weird way. 18. 4 squared is 16. Good God. 6 squared is 36. Subtract 16. 36. 30. 20. 3 squared is 9. Yeah. 9. Subtract 5 is 4. Divided by 2 is 2. What's the problem? Math is just numbers. Did we do everything in the clock tower? I don't remember. Math magician. There we go. Give me the storeroom. Shush your mouth, eh? Stomp, 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 stomp. Okay. Headed back to the drawing room. No, I want to go through the boiler room and fill up that corner. Oop. That's a good thing to leave open, for sure. Ooh, baby. This is an interesting room because there's a whack of locked doors in it, but it's also not hugely beneficial for me in any way. So if I take that and I rotate the dark room so it points down, then I have access to this corner, assuming that I luck out with the dark room, and this one down here, assuming I luck out with the dark room. So I'm going to rotate it. Are you serious right now? Rotate. That's better. That's going to be the trophy room. A feeling. I had a feeling. Do I play Warhammer? I do not. I never have. And I don't know anything about it. The only thing, legitimately the only thing I know about it is that Henry Cavill plays it. That's literally all I know about it. Keep it that way, I beg of you. I've heard that it's a fantastic way to like. Oh, I don't have a shovel. That's right. I heard that it's a fantastic way to like. There's a shovel. I could have made a power shovel. Too late. Already made the power hammer. Yeah, it's a fantastic way to let something else consume your life. I'm still hoping to luck into building the patio or whatever it's called. Which I have not seen yet, by the way, at all this run. Yeah. The Solarium might help me to roll it. It is nuts when this happens. One particular room that you need. This is like the one thing that I've seen people I'm taking the Solarium. I've seen people complain about the most is the RNG side of things. How like it artificially inflates the difficulty of things for no real reason. It just pads out the game length all the way through, then down to the drawing room. Pads out the game length by messing up otherwise useful runs. About the band Postmodern Jukebox, I can't say I do. I'm I've had my funny band moments. I know when I was seeing someone that he thought it was absolutely hilarious that the I only knew the band I Prevail because I was familiar with their cover of a Taylor Swift song, and it was like one of their favorite bands, sort of thing. I can't say I'm familiar. Well, I'll find out. I'll find out. You send it to me, and I'll find out. I haven't even been in. Oh, I wanted to rotate the wrong button. Yeah, like that. I'm thinking that the X. I'm thinking maybe I dig something up here and it gives me something for that. That's what I'm thinking. Or perhaps these other rooms are relevant somehow. That might be a hallway. Hmm. Only good concert I've ever been at was seeing them at the Burt a couple of years back. Oops. I could do that. And then I link back to the foundation. Saves me some bull, potentially. And then I can safely stick a dead end room in the corner. Closet. I just saw a flower here. Oop. Oh yeah, delicious apples today. Oh no, I want to go back to the West Wing. West Wing. West Wing Hall. Been a long time since I was at a concert. Many moons. We're gonna let the good boys. Hey boys. Hello. Oh, you're different. You're. Oh, he groaned. I heard it. You're on this side today. How about you? I could pick. I could pick both of you. Ah, yeah, that's the good stuff. Everyone's excited today. You just won out. Oh, he looked at me with his big eyes. Unfortunately, I cannot stay. Secret passage. Force a green room. Finally got to see them live after listening to them for 13 years. None of these. No, I have a specific room I want. Is it just repeating the same three rooms? It is. Like it's giving me a second aquarium. I already have an aquarium. This shouldn't happen. House is trying to tell me that I don't get to have a patio, apparently. Maybe the patio can only exist on the other side of the house. pretty sure I have one of these in the house too. I think I just ran out of like acceptable green rooms, and so it gave me copies. That's the best boys. Unlocks all the hallway doors, which means the Great Hall doors are now. Oh, hold on. Lord, Baron, Major. Major. The suspect is a major. I didn't write them down. I took a picture. That's right. Uh, and the only major I know is Major Nicholas Key 4. Ah! Red herring? What has drawn the conclusion that it is a red herring? What what am I missing? It's very quiet in that room. Oh, this stays solved. Okay. I thought this was going to be something that had multiple solutions. And oh. Oh! Interesting. Never even opened the entrance hall door. Give me something. Yeah, with multiple exits out. Love it. Give me a dead end I can burn. I really don't want to use that now. Wait a second. The freezer's a dead end room, and the furnace is a dead end room. So realistically, I can't connect the furnace to the freezer directly. I don't want to do this because it'll make it so I can't use gems. Had to pee. What'd you miss? Nothing really. The black box and the blue box are empty. every statement with the word blue is false. Which... This box is not blue. Well, that's just a false statement. That's just a lie. Because the box is blue. What, to throw them into the sun? This box just straight up is blue. So that's a lie. That's mandatory, given. The black box and the blue box are empty. Every statement with the word blue is false. Well, we know at least one is. We know at least one of them is false. All three boxes have the word false on them. Therefore, not every statement that cannot be correct. That cannot be truthful. Because there has to be one that's telling the truth. So that has to be a lie. Which means black and blue are empty, which means it has to be in the white. Drafting studio, add another blueprint to my thingy, majiggy. Okay, what do we get? What do we get today? The dormitory. Okay, damn it. The vestibule and the casino. Now it's bedtime? Okay. You have a good night. My dentist appointment's a little bit later, so I don't have to be up as early. So I can continue playing on. I think the vestibule. Okay, so that's a sextant. That's everything. Does this mean something? Is this Yggdrasil? Now, I have the power hammer. Is not a phrase I say every day. But I want to take it, sorry. I want to take that to the chess puzzle. This way. No. Not even a little bit. What am I doing? I'm just donating to the church is all I'm doing. Let me think. How do I get there? Elevator. Elevator. Going down. That symbol. That is not a keyhole. At least I don't think it is. That's raised. That means a city-state, I think. That is the symbol of Orinda Ares. But why? This entire elevator is built around that symbol. No. Wait, where's the chess puzzle? Did I walk past it? It sounds like Alone in the Dark. I hope someone else knows what I'm referring to. What's going on? No. No. Is it not down here? This is it. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Do we have a cipher on our hands? It kind of does. E-oo. The E-oo thing. One moment, please. I'll return. E-oo. Oh. I'm assuming this is a cipher. This is not new. But that stays broken. Very ominous. Can I get past these crates? Can I craft a screwdriver? It is so damn ominous. Who up screwing the driver? East Mine. This implies to me that gemstone cavern is Papa. Someone on TikTok calling me Papa. That's a new one to me. That's so many boxes. So many crates. So many boxes. So little time. I think that's everything I wanted to get done today. Not so much get done as all I could do. Ah. Oh, there we go. We're going to call it a day here and redo. Re-up. We do have a couple of things we're chasing here. We need to get the right combination of rooms, though. I think if I can prioritize getting a freezer and a furnace nearby, I'm going to just take the hit on my assets getting frozen. Okay, I thought my money was gone for a second. Speaking of assets getting frozen. Grabbing my allowance. Going up to the outside and seeing if I can do a thing and maybe draft a thing that's interesting. Sauna could work. Sauna's also hot. It has been so long since I was in a sauna. Ooh, do I need this yet? Do I need this yet? I already have classrooms in the draft pool. There will be a buttload of classrooms in the draft pool. I would be suffocating on classrooms. Okay, I still have the blessing of the dancer for a little while yet. Oh no, I'm not going to take the gold back. I'm not going to take the gold back. I don't need it that bad. I thought I could do another blessing. I wonder if there's anything else in this cave. So saunas generate heat. Big brain, I know. And furnaces also generate heat. So if I can get a furnace or a sauna nearby to the freezer, that might do the job to thaw it out. We have a hunch. And I appreciate you, Gorgon Joe, for throwing me two possibilities that might work out. Well, saunas... Yeah, I'm smart. I have my moments. Wait, did that say that while drafting in the library? Okay. I thought for a second I thought it said while drafting today. Oh wow, that's terrible. Have I drafted the master bedroom yet? I'm going to because I don't remember if I have. It is a rare dead end room. H.S. Sinclair's room. Drafted one time. Yeah, I have not drafted this yet. We're on day 30 frickin' 5 and I haven't seen this room yet? The controls for the foundation elevator are located behind the foundation wall. Well, thank you, Herbert. I knew that already because I figured it out by accident. This means the controls can only be accessed by another room adjacent to the foundation. Unclear if it's a security feature or a flaw, please advise. I don't know if I would have figured this out because it's turned entirely the wrong way for my foundation. My foundation looks nothing like this. I might have been quite confused when I read that. Simon, I never intended to finish writing this letter, but by now you must know... I wonder if there's more there under the microscope. Who had the leaky butt? All these stools, or is it a button? You know, it might be a button. Just disregard that. Don't clip that. I never said anything. That didn't happen. The book. To my encouraging uncle who opened many doors for me. Oh no! Something as predicted. Something already. I need the magnifying glass to see that. I sarcophagus already. Lucky Ash. A Scandifal tending of Digica flacata. I don't know. I can't read it. Oh! That was genuinely startling. This room is full of jump scares, apparently. Here's the instructions? How many of these have I solved? That I've just finally found this room now. How many of these? Morajai boxes were a popular fad in the early 30s among both peerage and common crowds. These small mechanical puzzle boxes originate on the island Morajai. As a children's game, it quickly gained popularity among seafarers who value the compact boxes of both lockbox entertainment. A traditional Morajai box is distinguished by a lid featuring a 3x3 grid of white and gray. Each white tile converts like a button, which will change the color of that tile and surrounding squares. The goal of the box is to find a way to make all 4 corner tiles into white squares. That's the traditional game. I turned around and I saw the bird in the bed. Yeah, the swim bird, the sad story bird, it scared the shit out of me. Okay. I want to get... Oh, this is a traditional box. What? Don't ask me how I did that. There are times when I just straight up... I feel like there should be something very clever for me to say to that in response, and I don't know. I like trains. I guess this was Reddington Manor. This was the family home. It looks the same. I don't think there's anything else. Whoa. That's neat. It's the same, as best I can tell. What I find telling, in room 46, there is 4 busts. 4 of them. And with 4 different coats of arms that are 3 of them are integrated onto this shield. One of the busts is broken or missing. Oh shit, another one. His and hers, I guess. Yeah, I know, look at that. That is very masculine coded on this side of the room. You've got like the manly looking desk with the typewriter, very industrial lamp. Also, this letter is addressed to Herbert. I'm Sherlock Holmesing my way through this for no reason. It's literally his desk. Meanwhile, this one is very feminine coded. His and hers cannons, of course, but it's very feminine coded. You've got the just by colors. You got the flowers on this side. Yeah. Imagine if instead of exchanging rings, you exchange swords. I feel like that's a thing. It took crafting the library to draft this room for the first time. Could you imagine if I hadn't figured out how to get into the foundation before now? Okay. Looking and thinking, looking. I think that's all that's in here. I feel like there's something. Oh, yeah, the book. I really want the magnifying glass to see what that book says. I feel like it's important. Viking wedding sword. That's cool. Observatory. I am curious. I didn't get an answer from Lily there. How? Oh, you get pets, and you're good. Okay, no. Oh, he's eating. Yes, it's very important. You have to get your strength. Symbolize the willingness to protect and defend each other. That's cool. Well, that's unfortunate. I want access to the foundation through here. Preferably with extra doors off of it, but I'll accept it. Oh, shoot. I haven't been in... Hold on. Oh, he wants me to come back! I heard the whine. Okay, apple. Key. Diamond. This is safe. This is safe. It's all safe, yep. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. Wow, okay. We're just doing that. I'm confident this is a breakable wall. I think it's very unlikely I'll craft the power hammer again, but I am confident this is a breakable wall. Hell yeah, brother. I can't really call it a skill or anything. It's just saying words. It's like doing math. You're just saying numbers. View estate inventory. I'm curious. 2 trunks. All right. An inherent talent of the deep voiced. I honestly don't know. I missed whatever it is you're saying there. Maths are hard. They have the potential to be, for sure. Ooh, not where I want the furnace, though. Or no, maybe it'd be fine. Maybe it would be fine if I, like, got the security room, if I got the freezer, like, right here. I don't really want it there, though. If anything, I would want the furnace down here. We're gonna do it this way. Who is egg? What is egg? Oh, wow. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps and permanently add 1 gold to your allowance? I'll take that. You headed for bed? Aight. That's gonna knock the power off. Should be fine. I'll just pick something with a gem requirement so I know that it's not the furnace. I would like this room to be standard, if not common, actually. Showroom, I don't care if it's rare. Solarium, I would like to be a commonplace room as well, because it increases my odds of drafting the other. We shall puzzle on in your honor. Oh, right. I forgot about this. I think I might have noted this somewhere. The garage, West Wing Hall, and her ladyship's chamber can only be drafted in the West Wing from a south-facing door. Downward. Can only be drafted downward. The bookshop is only draftable from a library. That I did not know. I need to write this down. West Wing only. Garage. That one I knew. West Wing Hall. Obvious. I'm curious why there was a master bedroom with 2 beds and then also her ladyship's chamber. And we've also know her ladyship's chamber is the only room that spawns a queen chess piece. We know this now. Interesting indeed. Conservatory. Only in corners. Bookshop. Only from library. Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't know who's liking me over there on TikTok. We're up to 571 likes. The longest I went without speaking. I guess I have been pretty chattery this run around. No, I was just writing notes, so it took me a little bit to get them all down. If I write them by hand, I feel like I can recall them better than if I just take a bunch of pictures. Ooh, vestibule. I don't know how this is going to work. Like, if they're all linked to rooms, I'm curious. Oh. 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 I see, I see. Oh no. It's the No, no, we're good. I thought for a second the terrace was the one with the thing I'm forgetting the name of right now. The barbecue. That does get complicated. Which means this one, and this one are all open. Am I a barbecue? It's been a while. I kind of was. I used to be. Oh, I see those likes on TikTok starting to climb, and I see why. Appreciate that. Thank you. That's actually hugely helpful too. Hugely helpful pour moi. Boudoir. I'm going boudoir. I don't know why it needs to pop up every time I start a new day. I haven't forgotten day to day what it is. Hmm. Nope. This I can use, but I have to turn it. Give me those steps. It really wants to give me that one. Cloister's good. It has no gem cost either because I crafted the terrace, so that's helpful. Did I? I don't think I did the one that makes all halls unlocked. I want to get that one though. I have no reason to craft the vault right now. Sometimes there's gems in there. Oh, it really wants to give me the weight room. That's just getting to be silly. It's trying to tell me something. I don't know. Oh, look, not the weight room. Rotunda's good. It's a dead end room. It just thinks that I need to go to the gym more, I guess. It'll increase the likelihood that I'll pick up. I think it was her ladyship's chamber can only be drafted on this corner from doors going down. So I need to like make a beeline up here and then start drafting down and hope I pull her ladyship's chamber out of the mix if I pull the coat check. Oh right. Every time I draft a red room, that's right. I actually forgot that that's how that was set up. I kind of hate to use that here. Good place to burn the chapel, though. It's 3 doors, but it's kind of garbage. I didn't need to come in here. Why did I come in here? That's much better. Much better for the workshop. Awesome. What do I have? That's all I've got. Legit. Wow. This has actually been a terrible run for finding items in that case. I have nothing in my inventory. Okay. Not an ideal spot for this. I'll take closet. Squeak. Squeak. I could take that one, but it doesn't really help me at all. You're kidding me with this. This is good. This works. Or this, honestly. Yeah, we'll do that. Those likes keep climbing. That's an interesting function of TikTok, is that they have that factored in where I think most people just assume that you can hit like once and that's it. They don't know that you can just do it endlessly. Good lord, what is with this? Is so eager to give me those. Oh, poop. That dead-ended me. Okay. I want a straight through room if possible. Not you. I'm gonna get stuck with having to take this one at this rate. Well, it's not ideal. That works. That works. I need a door out each side. I don't really care about the south door of the antechamber. I just need... Perfect. And dinner is served. How far away is the dining room? Straight down? So long as I remember, I can go back and eat. I'll use it. Expensive but doable. What's happening on TikTok? I'm up to 4,000 likes. I've only got a couple of like active viewers right now, but at least I'm not really sure how that works. I think people who are watching without you tap on your fingies. I think people who watch without actually clicking through show up as or don't show up. That just says joined, and people who are actively in place watching. Music room is best for my purposes. It'll allow me to loop back. Show up as top viewers, I think. The magnifying glass, awesome. I can go back to the likes put you on the For You page. If you scroll onto it, you don't count as a watcher until you click, then you're joined and a watcher. Well, I'm just looking at what's the word? At the monitor on my like the TikTok live monitor on my screen. I'm not sure how it defines things. It's a dining room. Ooh, pizza. Is it pizza? I think it's pizza. Wood-fired pizza. Delicious. Okay. This is the last door out of here, so we have to... Oh, no, we can go to aquarium. Because I want to try to get that her ladyships thing to spawn. Because I want to get that diary. Also, if I can get her ladyship and an office in this floor plan, I can do the chess puzzle. Going all the way to the aquarium. I need the maximum number of south-facing doors that I can get. Okay, that door's open. Okay, that's good. We get the office. The wanting and liking. Yes, that is something I appreciate. Thank you. All good. Oh. Oh, you just outed an uncomfortable conversation. I have other people watching on TikTok. It's not just one person. I'm cool, right? The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the white box. Only one box displays a true statement. I'm inclined. That's the only one that made sense. That's the only way it made sense. Okay, fingers crossed for her ladyship. Goddamn. There's the queen. That's the diary. Okay. So we need the coat check because we need to draft the coat check so that we can get the what the hell's it called? The burning glass. So we can open the tomb to get the diary key to come back to the chamber. Not running out of steps in the process. And this room should have a king in it, if memory serves. There it is. So we have to remember office is the king, her ladyship chamber is the queen, the chapel is the bishop, and then the other ones they should just naturally spawn in rooms, and we should be good. Changing the light bulb. The rook nook. Right. Do I have a nook? I don't think I've drafted the nook. I gotta make sure I get that one in here. I think that aquarium might be the hallway. That one aquarium, it had 2 couches and 2 vases in it. Oh, from Hal from Malcolm in the Middle. That's right. That's right. I know what you're talking about now. Kitchen might be worthwhile just to get some steps back. I remember. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I remember now. Kitty? Five steps for every green room in the house. I'm not sure how many I have. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's worthwhile. Oh, more than I thought. I must have missed one. Six, 7. That might be the one I'm missing. The garage gives me quick access to the exterior. I didn't draft a tomb. I can't get the diary key. I didn't draft a tomb. Ah, we need the perfect combination of things, and I did not draft a tomb. Shoot. Oh, aquarium counts. That's right. I keep forgetting. We need the perfect combination of rooms. We got a Wii mod the perfect run. Oh yeah, you need to. Let me think about how that has to work out. You'd need to run. You'd have to have the. You'd have to get Her Ladyship's chamber. We'd have to get the coat check to get the burning glass. We'd have to get the tomb. So you need those three to get access to the diary. Well, pretty much the first thing I would need to do in the morning is draft a tomb and then kind of go from there. Hold on. I can make another burning glass. I have a battery pack and a magnifying glass. I can make another one. But I don't have the tomb outside, so it doesn't matter. I need to go outside. I need to go to the chess puzzle. So I got a trek ahead of me here. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. And then up and around. Then I need to go drawing room, cloister, dining room, cloister, drawing room. I'm kind of surprised that that this has gone, and these are all closed on me. Of course they will. Which takes me to, I want to go forward if I can. Lovely. It feels like walking 500 miles when you're doing this sometimes. Straight through entrance hall. Telescope lets you do it twice. Let me see. Oh yeah, the blue flame elevator. See, I went through the whole house. I'm ending the day. I have 74 steps. 74 steps. More than I started the day with. That's crazy. The conversation between the designer and the carpenter for this house. It's the darkest of dark magics going on here. Come on, where are you? So you should go here. And then you should go here. Her ladyship is over here. Howdy, Red. There's bound to be okay, thank goodness. There's bound to be... I have not yet done this. Oh no, I picked up the wrong one. Get over here. I'm just hoping... I didn't pay too much attention, so I'm hoping I drafted a room. I didn't draft a nook, and the nook always has a rook. I didn't draft it this time by accident. Because I wasn't expecting to get king and queen pieces. Well, the pawn I have landed. But the rook... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Oh, thank God. I was getting worried. There we go. I'm glad I didn't... Choose your piece to receive a new permanent power. What chess rooms do I know about? All I know is her ladyship's chamber always has a queen. The office always has a king. The chapel always has a bishop. The nook always has a rook. Oh, okay. Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, or queen. Gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. Okay. So that one allows me to choose one of... Which one? Knight, bishop, rook, queen. Knight, bishop, rook, queen. Just not the king. Okay, that's what's missing. Add the armory to your draft pool. Interesting. Each time you draft a room on the queen's side, west wing of your house, lose 5 steps, gain a key. Oh, wow. I mean, considering I'm tending to end my days with a whack of steps, but there are times when I'm getting very low on steps. So that's high risk, high reward. Banner of the King. Each day you choose a color. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. So if you're chasing a specific room, that's good. Piety of the Bishop. You do not have to pay tithes. Instead, gain 30 coins the first time you enter the chapel each day. I don't really care. I have such a high allowance now that it's really not a big deal. You may draw floor plans up to 4 times when drafting the 4 corners of the house. Oh, also we opened up this. Not sure where to run with that one. I feel like adding the armory to the draft pool is probably the most helpful. They're all rude words. My allowance is like 30 coins now. I remember when it was 2 and I was like, it's so cool to have 2. I'm feeling knight. At least I'm feeling knight. I think adding a room is always the best option. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on any future day and unlocking the pieces again. Oh, that's what that noise was. Those are rude words? In the broken wall? I moved my monitors around too, and I'm having a hard time keeping track of what direction's what right now. My monitors are now lined up so that when I go off the left-hand side of the screen, it goes onto the monitor on my left. It was the other way around before, and it was... There's a kappa there, just me being funny. Oh, okay. Okay, I think that's all we can do today. We chased down some leads. Learned some things. All in all... I think we call it a day here. And oh wow, it's midnight. But I'm gonna keep going one more short run, I think. If I look at my directory, can I see it? Garden Shopping Center of Prayers. Just because there's one chapel in it? Two new rooms. Ooh, cool. We're gonna see in a second. Goodness. Boom, boom. Doom, doom. Okay. Mantle of the Night. Room directory. I'm not sure what kind of room it is. Oh, it's a shop. Do I know how to play chess? Yeah. If it's a shop, I don't see it yet. Probably not until I draft it. If it's an addition, no. Found, no. Sometimes when you're playing the game, you wish you had looked at something at a certain time, and once you're past that point, you cannot do the thing anymore. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? I'm assuming it's in the shops, or it's in the found, or something along those lines. And I don't see it there. My allowance. 32. 32. My God. It's almost as high as I am old. Workshop is useful. But I'm going to hold off on it. It's more useful later in the run if I have worthwhile trinkets. Oh! I have never seen you in this room. Just my closet sledgehammer. As you do. This is an interesting draft pool. This is a very interesting draft pool I am getting. I said, screw it, I'm taking it. "32 years ago, someone gave me a cast iron skillet for a birthday present, and I still have it." That's crazy. Well, then again, like, a cast iron skillet is the buy it for life thing, right? For, I think, most people. I'm 37. I hear myself creak. Slice. Borealis. Dimandus. Apple. Be crazy though to be cooking a pan. Frying your eggs on something older than people you know is pretty cool. Oh, my special is gone. I can't turn my thingies. My landlord is 77. That's wild. I'm inclined to go this way and burn out a dead-end room with any luck. My shrine thing expired and I forgot to re-up it. Oh, no way. That is the first thing that was cooked in there. My mom has a food processor for her wedding anniversary 35 years ago. That is nuts. I don't even own a food processor in the first place. Showed you how to season it and then cooked eggs in it. That's cool. Oh, I got the sledgehammer. I can just smash that open. What you got for me? That is a good friend. Teaching you the hidden knowledge. It sat unused for a year because you were home with mom and dad. I don't need the Nook, but it gives me the book, the increased likelihood. So when I moved out into a flat with him, he showed me how to do it because he's a foodie. It's been a long time since I seasoned. We're gonna take the corridor. It gives me access directly to the foundation. It's been a long time since I did anything with a. It'll be fine. I did anything with a cast iron pan. Come to think of it. The dogs. Got it for my 18th, was 19 when I got it seasoned, and you still have it all these years later. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna go outside real quick. See if I can't. See if the perfect storm takes place here or not. Nope. Mashed taters and pork chops. Mostly use the cast iron for camping. She's so white she's allergic to flavor. Yeah, that is the way. Cast iron for camping is it added to the experience, I feel, being able to cook on it. Who wants pets today? Who wants pets today? Nobody? Everyone's too busy? Oh. Oh, you got up. There you go. That's my boy. Okay, we can go back to what we were doing now. Nook. Nook. I actually got like a stupid thing. I do like Richard said, make sure I leave it with a little bit of oil so it doesn't rust. That's smart. I got this stupid thing. I'll show you. I'll show you guys. I was at. You can't hear me. I was at Princess Auto. Ugh! And it was the stupidest thing. It's like a little thing that goes over the door of your SUV to make it into like a canopy, so you can camp in your car without having to set up a tent. I figure it was like $30, so I figure I'll take a crack at it and see how it works because I don't own a tent or anything like that, and I don't mind trying it out if I can open the door. Love Princess Auto despite having no business being there. I figured it was worth a shot. There's my library. Love the smell of tires. It's a unique scent, isn't it? The Curse of Black Bridge. Dun-dun. All right, everybody. I'm going to put on the voice for this one. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. But versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, as with So many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and blinding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. As written by Redford Ooling. Part 1. This might be long, everybody. The Berry Picker from Ogres. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar... Which one was that? I could not make it out. I apologize. Posture check. I am sitting up straight. You can't even tell. You can't tell because I have because of where the camera is right now. I'll give you the pan. Whoop! The slow pan, not the frying pan, so you can see I am sitting up straight. Hydrate then. What? What? It's now empty. I will have to take a biological break soon, actually, for that reason. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws, composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise: high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life. I did see somebody ran over some geese and is getting arrested, and good, animal cruelty is a sign of a future serial killer. Who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take an easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws, known as the Unholy Hounds. I think it's funny. I don't think it's cruel if they were in the way. Well, that's your opinion, but despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to his vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted. Well, I mean, straight, if they were in the way and you couldn't not stop, then it is what it is, but I've seen the video and it was not the case. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted, and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while others slept soundly, tucked away in a cave in the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying about being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over His clothing looks familiar. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged, and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. I'll give you that one, Tay. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the sky. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of his newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of the Confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides when a sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery he neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. And it was not just any carriage. It was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sights had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy he pulled reins with such effect the noble steeds slid to a sudden stop with precise control. "You boy! Get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with such rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be a face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through bramble and mud. "I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish of bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me 4-fold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come that way all this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize like these. Surely you've tasted them yourself." Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted, because I never had to travel quite that far, and even then my father would drive us here in the carriage. I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. "A taste, in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, and bending over the seat to reach down to the basket, and at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Although, I admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. "Why have you no purse upon your person?" The driver slowly raised his hand, cautiously, pointing to the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he, in turn, did softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well, come on down, then, and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession, I assure you, of my tender heart, for it will be much easier to slit your throat." The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes, displaying no emotion. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. "If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency." Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of a greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sun. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols, found carved on all four sides of the box, hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Auryndian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world, and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock, and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. "Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open the box?" Without emotion, the driver replied, "There is no key to that box." Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions, and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside, an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had returned once again. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which you should never have opened." You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what? You mumbling Agentor! And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace, he paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He had only a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If ever there was a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it was not recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses, and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would that knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3-4 days, maybe more given the abundance of berries, a plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, raving about a curse that could very well not be real. It would be most certainly better to face one's fate now. Take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to conceive his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling that desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance, and so after a profound breath he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, it would be almost certainly better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses, seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up from the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, and stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on 3rd watch today, quietly collecting her things and wits. Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her, like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed piles of weapons, taking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in the tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy as a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for unwarranted sound, but Miller appreciated the efforts that Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern, as well as a clear view of the bridge that was spanned across the cavern. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the cabin. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching, listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later 2 men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and a black tricorn hat. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at the Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information the two girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like a typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of footbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention. Looking through the foliage, the sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the cavern itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go. Ravia was gone before the whisper had left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She'd expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing her thought, the second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front 2 wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the ground as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed suddenly even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they had both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crushed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child. Huh. There's something on my screen. Tails behind an older sibling, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in darkness, in the back of one of the larger cave rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy he had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not in whispers. There was nothing to say. Note the symbol on the gravestone. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling from the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage, the whispers around her getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard speaking in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Holy shit, y'all. This is important. Have we discovered or found, are we familiar with the location of this cave? Below a bridge. I strongly suspect this bridge is in or around the property. Or those cliffside caverns. I forgot what I was even doing. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning again. I was enraptured. Right, forgot about that. Right. Zigzagging. Looks like my mouth. Blech. That looks a lot like on. I'm gonna do this. Go hydrate. Actually, I think I might just step away for a second here and grab a slurp. Please excuse me. Ah. Lava. Don't say grab a slurp. Why? Is it against the rules in some way? Gonna ziggy zaggy my way back out of here. That was a long book, and it was a good read, I have to say. Almost up to 20,000 likes over on TikTok. That is crazy. I haven't seen the armor yet. I wonder how common it is. None of these is good. You are tippy tapping like a crazy person. And it's mucho appreciation. Also, I found this. I have looked at it. I have read these. We're returning east, should arrive on Tuesday. If the coast is clear, lower the SD to warn us. Do not know what the SD is. Toss a coin to your witcher. The patio's the one I want, but I don't have a shovel. I want this room because it... What are the odds we find a shovel? Could happen. Right here. That's where the X is. Right there on the ground. I'm confident there's an X there. I assume that we can dig there. I assume that that's what that means. Puzzle grilled the perfect steak. Fun idea. Sure. Leave myself a whole bunch of doors to work with. Okay. The pipes run through this room. Hold on. Oh, this might have worked out. This might have actually just fluked out. The only thing is I have to flip this switch, turn the power on, which will seal that, but that's okay. We're going to send it out this way. That'll power up the furnace. I don't know what that does yet. Maybe it makes the range of the furnace more powerful? I don't know. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. It's made it more powerful, all right. Oh. That's a black print. It's a combo. Oh shoot, I wanted to go in there and see what the furnace was doing. I totally forgot to draft a door there. Shoot. That makes total sense. Once per day while drafting, you can equip the Night Shield to ignore the negative effect of any one room. I'll take it. But only when I'm actively... Oh, is it the only thing that's for sale in here? Oh, no. Knock the lock off chests and trunks. Sure. I assume that's like the sledgehammer. What's this? Self-igniting torch can light candles and ignite fuses. Actually, there was something I wanted to do. In the trading post, there was a thingy in the corner. Once per day, so put in the goat check till tomorrow. I'm almost outside the reach of the furnace. What I really want to do is get myself oh, I could deactivate the negative effect of the closed exhibit. Or the weight room. And then it's a 4... Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that. That should prevent the negative effect, yeah. I really want to take the power hammer to this. I'm confident there's something back there. Oh, hey, it's a power room. Shield weight room. It's a 4-door room. Deactivating the negative effect. That's a big deal. A stone chamber fitted with ancient weapons and armor from the Second Era. This room appears to predate almost every other room in the house directory. It may in fact be an authentic floor plan from one of the lost strongholds of Arunda Ares. This is also a power room. A 4-way power room, too. That's super, super good. It would have been. It's possible there's just nothing in there, and I'm just wrong, but I don't think I am. It looks suspicious. It looks suspicious. Do it. We're doing it. Oh no. Show me cloister. Sure. Shoot, I had hoped that I was like proximity close enough to the furnace because it was like wavy, but I guess that's not how it works. Oh no, look. The temperature's going up. 12. It's slowly going up. We about to spoil his food. There's a letter in here, and that's what I really wanted, but... A whole damn room. Hold on. Okay. What's this? The silver key. Okay. Only in the event of my death. Simon, I wished for you to read this letter upon first arriving at Mount Holly, but I couldn't risk the contents of these pages falling into sympathetic hands. Unsympathetic hands. My personal freezer should prove quite the safe box, as all of the staff have for many years respected my wishes that it remain shut and untampered. My favorite snacks were also stored here. But in addition to these delicious treats, it has also, for the last 20 years, stored many a cryptic message and ciphered note. This nondescript cooler is in fact a dubious frozen postbox of chilled secrets. Have you heard of the Children of Blackwater? I have no idea how forthcoming your father has been about the details surrounding your mother's final chapter, or the role he thinks I played in the end. I've always denied involvement, to him, to detectives, to the Crown, and now to you as well. But can I honestly say I had nothing to do with her disappearance? And yes, I speak of disappearance, not death, for I too cling to the hope that our fears are unfounded and have occasionally, from time to time, caught fragments of information that bolster this belief. Fragments of information that have cost me plenty, for our country is never short of opportunists and blackmailers. Still, as I am now dead, I don't want this knowledge to be buried with me, even if that means passing the burden of these fragments onto you, even if that information may weigh even heavier on your head than the crown involved. Unfortunately, this information is a little too precious to entrust entirely to this freezer, as I'm not too confident that the sanctity of my snacks will extend beyond my life. I've always found it best to use multiple baskets when it comes to incriminating eggs, a lesson I recently learned again when a member of my staff betrayed my confidence. The bootlegger, I assume. The bootlegger dude. I have placed 8 red envelopes in 8 even more secure locations throughout the estate and left a hidden message for you among the art that hangs in almost every room in this house. This message is the key to unlocking these secrets, but you must be open in your interpretation, as the message itself harbors multiple double meanings and hidden entendres. Multiple hidden... There might be more to the paintings than we thought. One final word of guidance. The safe combinations you are seeking will not be found in writing on the estate, so I hope you haven't been wasting too much time jotting down random invoice numbers and dates. Only by deciphering the many meanings of the 44-character message can you hope to unlock its many mysteries. To each their own letters. Herbert S. Sinclair. We've deciphered one meaning of this. This is a layout of the estate, and we've deciphered one meaning of that. As far as I know, the painting puzzle, I only was aware of one interpretation. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. It directly references the safes. It sounds though like there's more meanings to this than we had originally been aware of. Now, there was also a secret room over here. An entire room. Oh, hold on. How did I not pick that up? Oh, because it's warm as shit in here now. Did those spawn twice? I think they might have. I'm sure I picked them up. So yes, drafting the furnace within range of the freezer thaws it out. Oh, especially with the boiler attached to it. I bet it's boosting its range. Oh, nice. An upgrade disc. Do I have a computer? No, I don't currently have a computer. I wonder if the Black Ridge Grotto one is always available. The network's... Admin key. We have the admin key. So that might be an L, a D. I'm not sure. The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off of East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from gardening to help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do, since it was I who suggested the final location. We decided we're going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. 1 and 2. I wonder if those dots mean anything. No, they're identical. They're identical. Okay, so there was I think 2 things we had to do outside. What was it? We needed to check out Blackridge Grotto now and do the admin key thing, but there was another thing. Upgrade disk. We need a computer. I totally forget what it was. I totally forget. I gotta write these things down. We have found, I think, 5 letters. 5. So there's 3 more letters, but Alzada says that we're not going to find the rest. Oh, sorry, we're not going to find 8 of them. I didn't hear you say it, but I bet I can guess what the other thing we had to do outside was. It was either outside or in the in. I forget. I need a computer for the upgrade disk. Um. What do you think it was? Because I'm blanking. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, sweet. Oh, the trading post. I think I wanted to set some. I wanted to. I had a. There's something in there. I remember I had to burn. There was like something with a wick. There was something that I could ignite, but I never got around to it. I needed to craft. I have the self-igniting torch, so I can go and try that. That must be the staff. I have no reason to go in the vault. I don't need. No, I can't use money anyway. My money is frozen. Uh, 2. Holy crap. 18 subtract 12 is 6. Times 2 is 12. It's 2. 10 subtract 4 is 6. Subtract 2 is 4. Times 2 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. Okay. No shovel still. That actually scared me for a second there. What are the odds I would draft this very rare room yet again? That's a security door out of there, I think. I can't open it. I can open the chapel, though. Oh my gosh, my back. Where's the did I do a dining room? Or kitchen? Dining's all the way through, yep. I can grab some munches. Oh, right. Damn it. Sometimes I'm just a goofy guy. I was in the damn dining room. Oh. Wasted steps. Can't take my money. I can't use it. I have the list of suspects, yeah. But the list of suspects, that doesn't appear to be... Okay, I've done everything I need to do in here. Now, I never drafted a computer, so I sincerely hope the Blackridge computer is useful for that purpose. The Blackridge Grotto computer. It is going straight out the door. This. I sincerely hope. Oh, right, frozen gold. Kristoff, here's the rest of your share, 40 gold from the moonshine shipment we made last week. This may be the last batch for quite some time, as I feel it's no longer worth the risk, especially given Anne's continually increasing suspicion. But I do need you to ask another small favor of you. Next week, when you take the Baron to town, if you can fabricate some excuse to delay your return for an hour or two, I will be much beholden to you. What were you hunting for, Denny? There's a whole bootlegger operation going on back here. I'm curious. Now you give me the... I'm calm. Always when I... Oh, goodness. Oh. This is the end. This is the last run of the night. Or I'm going to be falling asleep in that dentist chair. I know. I'm as calm as I get. I'm as calm as it gets. Tell me this is a computer that I can use to upgrade with. Yes. Ah, the cloister. What's gonna be? Cloister of Rinna. Raise your luck with each green room you draft. Cloister of Vea. Find 8 dirt piles in each room with a fireplace. Cloister of Draxus. Gain 4 dice for each dead end room that you will draft from this cloister. That sounds not great. I didn't know. I was not aware that luck was a stat. Everyone gets different options from the 8 different angels. That's kind of neat, actually. I was not aware that luck was a stat, and I don't. I'm guessing that luck. No. I'm guessing, purely guessing, that luck increases your odds of drafting rare rooms. That's my guess. Um, and for that reason, I think that of these options, that's the best option I could possibly take. Because who needs dirt piles? What, what, that is a strain. 8 dirt piles from a room, any room with a fireplace, is the strangest grouping. I swear to God. Closets. Now I question the feng shui of the house. Empty closet has 0 items unless if drafted adjoined to a red room, it gives you 4. I don't think I need to make more red rooms. I'm liking bedroom closet because I tend to stick bedrooms off the ends of runs, which tend to be closets or hallways. Um, I'm feeling bedroom closet is the best potential return on investment. Okay, now this admin key has been deactivated. Oh ho ho. Yeah, just turn it around. I figured it was unlikely to work, but you never know. So this must be the two. There was 2 servers in the must be these. Well, these are broken. These are just straight up not here. Black Ridge Grotto. Hold on. Black Bridge Grotto. This is the seal. This is the cave in right here. Renaud was on that letter, but I don't know what it would have been referencing. that might be part of that might be a way to reverse engineer the cipher. Because what was that name? That guy's name? Denny? Oh no, that was me just turning it around backwards. Or Daner. But I forget his name offhand. The groundskeeper that got fired, Denny. I just saw his name in the tool. Denny something. Denny something with an R. Names of the suspects. I'm not worried about that right now. I'm forgetting the guy's name. Denny Ravain. Denny Ravain's admin key was Ravad. What did it say about suspects? The suspect is a minor. The suspect is a major. Well, Major Nicholas Key the Fourth was something, was the name on the bust, but Lily said it was a red herring. They didn't explain why they felt it was a red herring. Who else would have had admin access? I don't know. But we have all the information. That's the important part. It is now time to call it a night. We're going to call it a day here. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, both on Twitch and on TikTok. I see there's quite a few of you hanging out at the moment. Pushed almost 30,000 likes over the course. Oh, my arm. but I have a dentist appointment in the morning that I'm going to be very miserable for. So I hope everyone had a good time. I know I did. The Garden Menagerie of Fire and Ice. Now that is a name. Ah. Good night, all. I see you again oh so soon. If I could remember where my thing is to